Hello, everyone, and welcome to All Day Focus 60-minute sprints. I'm Shanon, ready under the pen name of SC Huston, and the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is to have 1 hour long sprints for roughly about 6 hours is how long I go, to about 2 p.m. my time. But, depending on how everything goes, we could go a little bit less or a little bit longer. And and you're welcome to use the sprints for whatever productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I do use the sprint time to focus on my tasks because focus issues. And that means I won't be in the sprints until the breaks, but then I love to catch up with everyone. And so, what are you guys working on today? I've got quite a few. I have tabs open in my brain right now, and I never did even stop in my chat to say hello. And I see there's people here already. So thank you for stopping in already. So I just spend a lot of time writing this weekend because I didn't write that much last week, and I just wanted to just dive into my book. I had finished revising everything in my work in progress, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. I had finished doing the revisions on Wednesday of last week. I got through to the end and started working on future chapters and ideas, and I brainstormed 5 chapters to continue. Did that on Thursday and did some drafting. I think I drafted 1 chapter. Yeah, I drafted 1 chapter. So, but I was I had all these ideas that, that I knew I wanted to get into. And I had this one scene in my head for a couple years now. And I finally got to write it yesterday. So happy doing all this writing. And this morning I wake up and oh crap, I was supposed to get some other things done admin wise. So I'm going to be working on those admin things. I've already started this morning, which is, again, I was talking about this last week. When you publish a book, and you're getting ready to get it out there, and you have a reader magnet at the end. I had a reader magnet at the end. I was oh wait, I gotta make sure that reader magnet's good to go. Make sure it's on Story Origin. Yep, it's on Story Origin. Make sure it's linked to my email list. Yes, it's linked to my email list. Oh no, but I don't have the automation set up because I forgot to do that part because I told myself I'd do it later. And then oh yeah, but I also need to do this. And oh yeah, I need to go claim it on BookBub. And oh yeah, I need to go claim it on Goodreads, and then go claim the audiobook on ACX, because if you don't go claim your book on ACX, someone else can claim it, and then you have to prove you're the copyright holder. And so it was all these things that every time I thought of a step to do, I was oh yeah, I need to do this, I need to do that. Well, today I was okay, AuthorTube writing conference stuff. First thing I wanted to do was send out an email, because I should have sent it out last week and I totally forgot. And I didn't tell anyone about it. So maybe if I had said it, I would have remembered, but I need to send out an email because I talked to someone actually I did tell Devin. I don't think I said I was going to send an email, but I did say something about it. But I talked to someone at Author Nation to be a special guest speaker. But we didn't have a day yet for the next AuthorTube writing conference. So I was I need to get that email out and, see if we can confirm for that date. And it'd be great if we could have that reply by Friday, because it's our live stream. But I was you know what, if it doesn't come through, it doesn't come through, because it's my fault for not sending out the email sooner. But, and I was oh wait, I need to get this together. Oh wait, I need to, fix the logo, because we're going to keep the same logo. We're just going to change the year. So open up my graphics design program to change the year, because I made the last logo that we had. I made it, and I still have the graphics design file for that. So I just had to go change the year. And I was oh wait, I need to update the website. Oh wait, I need a new AuthorTube writing conference guide. And we didn't even talk about that during our meeting last week. And we need a guide because we are changing things. And I'm well, we'll just have one that's working. We'll see if we get through it this week, because, me and the team are going to review it. But I'm kind of waiting till last minute. It's Monday and we're having our live stream on Friday. Oh, and I also need to do my live stream setup. So I'm every step I'm thinking of taking, I say, oh, I gotta do that. Oh yeah, I gotta do this. I'm oh Lord, it's gonna be another one of those days. But I'm working on AWC this morning. Hopefully I can get through all of that within an hour or two. That's my goal. I already did set up the email to send to the speaker, but I thought, well, let me hold off because I'm in talks with someone else, but I wanted to confirm, would I be true? Would I be saying the truth if I say this? Because I put it in the email and I was wait, I feel like this is the truth, but I don't think we confirmed, hard confirmed. So it's let me contact that person first. I'm now waiting on a response from that person before I can send the email. Yeah, okay. Y'all can see where my brain is going already this morning. That's why I said I have several tabs open in my head. All right, let's see how you guys are doing. Devin was first in. Good morning. Happy Monday. I had to reschedule to tonight as we're getting new IDs on base this afternoon. I still need to get my new ID. They had it here where you could do it. You could just submit it online if you want to just keep the same picture. And I couldn't submit it because I'm not the, I could go through and get, because I am a veteran and, with medical discharge or whatever, but I don't know. I think there's some type of ID I can go get with that, but I just go through my husband because he's the one that's retired. And he did it online through the base. And it's like 6 months ago that we did that, and we still don't have any ID cards. So he said he was going to look into it, but I think he keeps forgetting. And Sprint has been rescheduled onto the next admin thing. Oh gosh, I read, and next onto the DAMN thing. I don't know why. Next onto the next darn thing. I guess it could be. Morning, Eva. How are you? Bonjour. Hello, Andy. How's it going? I had my volumes up so loud on accident. Fix. Oh, I'm so sorry. I bet that came through. My volume was up loud too because I went to an all-day webinar on Saturday. I was writing. I did get 99 minutes of writing in between and like 1,900 words done. But I went to the all-day webinar, and some of the speakers were so low. I had to turn my speaker up, and I forgot that I guess the last speaker was really low, and I had it all turned almost all the way up. So when the music went, it was also too loud for me too. And I was like, "Ooh, turn that down." Good morning, Joanne. She says, "Good morning to everyone. Hope you had a great weekend. What are you working on today?" So many tabs open, and there's Christmas music playing somewhere. Oh man, I went to go get my hair done on Friday. It's an appointment that I had, and they start playing Christmas music, and my stylist is like, "No, it's too early. We don't want Christmas music." And I'm like, "Well, it's not really too early. It's December already." But I think we've gotten so used to hearing it so early in the year that we're like tired of it by the time it comes to the next year. I'm doing admin and socials and a bit of video editing. Also, some house tasks. Nice. Jumping all around, LOL. Yeah, I think you and I are both doing that. I mean, I'm jumping around in my head. I'm not physically jumping around, but am eating breakfast now. Soft-boiled eggs and toast. Lovely. Oh, yes. The hubs tried to get new IDs online, but it wouldn't let him log in, so we must go. So he said he was able to do it online. He went online. He did it. He completed the application, everything. We just don't have him, and it's like 6 months later. I assure you the teen is so sad that he's missing school today. I bet. We have testing today. I know your teen's in a different grade, but for seventh grade math testing for the state, I think. Pretty sure that's what it was. Maybe it wasn't for the state. No, I have to check my email again. I read it, but I can't recall. But we just reminded our kiddo that he does have some accommodations because he doesn't always self-advocate or remember he has accommodations, and then he feels like he's running out of time, so then he rushes. But part of his accommodations is that he gets a bit of extra time. So yeah. I get new braids tomorrow. Woohoo! So you'll have them in time for our live stream. So we are having a live stream this Friday for the Author 2 Brain Conference announcements to let you guys know the next date and what's updated about the conference and all that stuff. I have an endoscopy tomorrow, which is a closer look at the upper GI tract. Lovely. I'm sure you probably enjoy that. Being sarcastic. Hopefully that came through. I don't know if it came through in my tone or not. But yeah. But you have to do what you have to do, right? To take care of you, make sure everything's good. So excited to be on the other side of that so I can do things. Right? Yeah, you'll be done. Well, I mean, is it to continue looking for like any other issues, or is this it? Like you do it and that's all you have to do? It's not like we're going to see if we need to do something else, kind of like appointment. Our remake testing is this week, so it works with our schedule. Gotcha. Our IDs expired today. Mine is already expired. So I'm like, hello, if we would have got them on time, but mine is expired already. I'm like, well, at least he's not still in the military. Because if you're in the military and your ID should never expire. If you're in the military, you get every opportunity to go make sure everything's good to go. But like your family's IDs, they can, if they expire, you can actually get in trouble as a military member if your family's ID cards expire and you don't make sure that they get done. But yeah, it was denied before. Typically it have been done at the same time as a colonoscopy, but it wasn't. It's to verify DX and check for other things. Okay, so possibility this is not a one and done, that there might be more stuff that has to come after. I'm hoping they don't find anything scary, but I'm hoping they find answers. Fingers crossed that they find answers and everything is good to go. That would be the best outcome, for sure. And good luck, Eva. Alrighty, got to the end of the comments, and I got to get back in here with this Author 2 Brain Conference stuff. What was I doing? Oh, I was just about to save the. I did fix the logo, and I didn't save it yet, so I just fixed the year. So now I got to save it every which way. I save it with a black outline around the circle. I save it without the black line around the circle. I save it with a black background, and then I think I save it with a white background, and the other ones are saved as transparent backgrounds. So I had to figure out, I was just opening the folder, like what formats did I save these in last year? Because those all worked out really well. So I was going through that and figure out which one I need. So, okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and get another. Oh, fingers crossed, Eva. Thank you for luck. I accepted. I am optimistic and also terrified. LOL. I imagine, and this is not like something that you can be optimistic about and it's just going to magically get rid of any issues that might be there, but definitely optimistic to because I'm thinking about the research where they say when you go in for procedures, right, being optimistic you get the best results, but this is probably not, doesn't fall under that. I will be optimistic as well that whatever it is, you will have the strength to face it. I hope it's something positive overall. But, all right, first, oh, now I got to, I covered up my internet here with my graphics design program. So now to find the right tab. Okay, I found it. All right, first hour on the clock, 60 minutes, and we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that's time on the first sprint. How did you do? I got the logo done for the conference, and then I was like, oh, I need to do the AWC guide. And I like even sent a message to the chairs about that. And I was like, oh, wait, we're having a meeting in January to figure out the exact setup of the conference. We can't put the guide together until then. So I was like, oh, let me retract that. But we'll have some things done. And then I told myself I was going to do this, and I hadn't done it yet. And I was like, okay, I really need to do this. I just feel like I need to do it. So I'm just verbal vomiting everything that I've been doing. So for the conference, for the last couple of years, I've tried to do this. I have like a 2025 Shannon's monthly task list, but it always ends like in February when things pick up. And then I don't have anything on my task list to say, okay, this is what we do next. And this is what we're doing next. And this is what we're doing next. And so I'm trying to figure it out. So I'm doing a verbal vomit of everything. And of course, as I'm like, okay, this is the next thing, I was like, oh, wait, to do this thing, I should have done this thing back then in this month. So yeah, we'll see. I got like 3,964 words of verbal vomiting of what I do and what we all do for the conference. I'm trying to add in some of the other things too from the other chairs, but my goal is once I finish verbal vomiting everything, I am going to put it into ChatGPT and ask it to put it in order and create a task list basically for me. It won't know like all the dates or things. I don't even know all the dates yet of everything we're doing until we figure out the exact setup for the conference. But I know some things that we're still keeping and things like that. There are always things that I have to create, like the giveaways form, the applications I've got to create, the contracts I've got to create, the feedback form I have to create for the conference itself, feedback for the speakers to give us feedback. There's just lots of stuff I have to create. Now, I don't have to create most of this from scratch. I've had it, from previous years, but I have to take the time to stop and make this stuff. So yeah. Anyways, we'll see. We'll see if ChatGPT can like take all my verbal vomit and put it into order. I'm hoping it can. I don't know. Maybe I might try 2 different AI. So because I know that they can still hallucinate and they don't always catch everything, but we'll see. I think it'll be easier for something else to put my stuff in order though than me to look through all, because I'm like, wait, where did I say this? I'm like looking, and God, I have no idea where I said this thing, but I said it somewhere. So then I just put a note. I'm like, I said this earlier, but I think I meant this and not that, but I don't know where it's at. So I have a spot in my verbal vomit where I said that. So, okay. So we left off with Eva talking about her procedure. I think it's tomorrow. Yeah, it's tomorrow. And I am optimistic, but also terrified. I'm not scared of the procedure itself, which is a relief. I'm mostly nervous that my optimism is that it can't happen to me mindset, which is something the universe would humble. And I'm like, it can happen to me. Yeah, I feel that way like about so many things. I go through that in my head. I'm like, oh no, it's not, can't. Because I'm not going to think that. And I'm like, don't think it, Shannon, because you think it's going to happen. And you don't want that negative thing to happen. So don't think it. And I'm like, but shoot, Shannon, you've already thought about it. And you're thinking about not thinking about it. So now you're thinking about it. And so I've had this go round and round in my head. Anyways, let me go on. I'm a real chicken with a lot of medical stuff. Recently got not so good blood work back, and I'm changing my diet today. No, Andy, I thought you had recently changed your diet. Or I think recent, but I think it's been for a few months. I recall you stating you changing your diet some time ago. I can't imagine going through what you're going through, Eva. The symptoms got really bad in late spring, right as school let out. Stress can flare the things they suspect, and it was a very stressful year up to the point. This was a stressful year for so many people. Let's hope that 2026 is going to be better. To be clear, none of these symptoms I'm talking about would be for the form of cancer I had, colon cancer. It's most likely ulcers, GERD, and the damage from both, perhaps hernias. And my husband has GERD, and it's gastrointestinal reflux disease. I think that's what it stands for. But sorry if that's TMI. You're fine, Eva. Whatever it is, it got me the early cancer find, so that is a silver lining. Yes, it is. Good silver lining. Always better to know earlier rather than later with medical things. Yeah, my mother had the same form. It was found in her 60s. Much harder road to remission, but she also made it. Oh, I'm so glad. I don't know if that's how you feel, because I can't remember if your mother is one you're not talking to. But at least, I'm glad that having seen her being later in age and having recovery from it will give good vibes toward And I think vibe is like the wrong word. It's not the word I'm looking for. Give good clues. Not clues is not the right word either. I don't know what word I'm trying to think of there. But will give, like, lend itself to hopefully you having a better recovery, the same or not, or much better, right? I don't know if it made any sense there. Hey, Kat, how's it going? Hey, yo. Hey. Sending you positive vibes. Yes, nice. JL came in. Hey, good, so good to see the stream. I am trying to make a decent dent in revision. So close to being done. Fingers crossed. That's exciting. I know you feel like you've been working on this book forever, so it'll be nice to finally call it done and be done. Sorry, a little bit of K-pop there. K-pop demon hunters. How is everyone? I'm doing good. I wrote like all weekend instead of doing anything else. I wrote the entire weekend. Well, I did have a webinar on Saturday, but I was writing in between. So instead of doing anything else I should have been doing as far as admin stuff. So yeah. What did I do on Friday? I think Friday threw me off. I had an appointment, and then my husband left out to be gone for a couple of days, camping out with friends. And it threw me off. And I got home from my appointment on Friday and said, I can't work. So I just wrote a list of things I need to do. And I have 11 things here, which did not include like the things I'm doing today, except for one. Only one thing on here. So I'm like, I have 11 things on here, but in actuality, of these 11 things, they each have like multiple things I need to do. So I'm like, I will be happy one day when the only thing on my list of things to do is to write. But I know that day probably doesn't exist, because no matter what, I'm always going to be doing something with probably the conference. I'm always going to be doing something with my YouTube channel, like set up the next stream. Or what, like right now I was thinking, oh gosh, I should really set up my streams for January, because right now I have my last stream on my channel, which is next Monday before I go on break. But I always try to get my next streams up, so people who come to my channel, they're like, oh, she's not here right now, but she's going to be back here soon, because this. So I'm like, I need to go ahead and get that stream up, but I know I want to change my thumbnail, and I'm going to change maybe what I'm doing next year. Not a whole lot. I don't change things a whole lot, but kind of similar setup to what we have now, but maybe slightly different. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't have time for that. I need to do this AWC stuff first. And then after the AWC stuff, I need to work on podcasts, because we have a book review that we're recording tomorrow at 4. And I've read most of it, but I haven't read the end. And then I wanted to gather like all my notes. Like Gwenna was saying how she read it all and made notes in the book. I did say that I made lots of notes in the book, but then she gathered all her notes, or she wrote a whole bunch down on a piece of paper or whatever, like put it all together. And like, I need to do that. And so I can make sense of my notes, because I have so many notes. So I really need to go back through that book again, but I got to finish AWC stuff first. And yeah, there we go. That's where I'm at, but I'm okay. I mean, overall, mentally, emotionally, I'm good. Just have a lot to do. Lots of tabs open in my head. Hey, JL, I'm doing well. Resetting the house after holiday decorating, a task I want to finish last night. LOL. Oh, good. I didn't miss in between. Just got back. Yep, got back just in time. Got a big chunk done, but made my dining room table a wreck. So that's next. Hey, y'all, you don't even know. Since I've gotten back from the conference, I went to the conference, Author Nation, in November. My bedroom / office, like I have a really big bedroom here. So like I got like half the room is got my queen bed, several dressers. I even got like a cabinet now that has all my Kickstarter stuff in it. All that's on one side of the room. And the other side of the room, I have a huge U-shaped desk with a rocking chair, two computer chairs, footstool, a couple of bookcases. So it's a pretty big room. But right now, like there is stuff everywhere since I got back from the conference. I have not taken a moment to just like organize, and I just keep making it less organized with every day that passes. I'm like, I kind of got to in here and get some of this stuff taken care of. Yes, I love my mama. She's the only constant in my life other than my husband, children. Okay, great. I'm glad that she's one that you still keep in contact with. It's sweet. Hey, everyone, from Emma. Hey, Emma, how's it going? It did give me much hope and optimism, or whatever word we're seeking. Thanks. I was like, what word am I thinking of? I don't know. Words. Good luck, Eva. I hope it all goes well for you. Hey, Emma. Love K-pop Demon Hunters. Me too. I like telling people how it's like really great for the ADHD brain, because every time they bring up something, they immediately pay it off by telling you more about it, because they'll bring up something that drives a question like, okay, why? And it's so funny because I've watched like a lot of reactions to the show and to the music and stuff. And like, especially like when she's singing Golden, and it shows I can't remember names. The other two girls, they're in their dressing room and they got their pictures on the wall. And then it pans over to the left to Rumi being in her dressing room, how it's separate from theirs. And people were like, well, why is she in a separate dressing room? And the music's changing because she's singing the golden, and then you see the demon marks as she's like taking off her robe and looking at her arms and stuff. And I'm like, why does she have demon marks? So like the showing the demon marks is the answer to why she has a separate dressing room, but now why she has the demon marks, then it gets answered almost in the next scene. It gets answered right away why she has the demon marks. So it's like it sets things up and pays it off really quick, and so it's like great for the ADHD mind. It worked for me because like every single time I had a question, it almost immediately answered the question. So it's very, very good at that. The music, all of the music in the story or in the movie, it progresses the storyline and adds to the characters, the characterization, which a lot, like I'm not really big into musicals because to me, a lot of musicals, the music interrupts the story. Occasionally it doesn't, but a lot of times it just interrupts the story. I'm like, okay, we were just here. I just want to get to the next part and we're going to stop and sing. And it's kind of frustrating for me. That's the way I feel about it. I know that not everyone feels that way. But every song progresses the story. You learn something about the plot, about the characters, which, almost scenes should drive plot or develop the character in some way. Yeah. Yeah, I love K-pop Demon Hunters. And then I could go into the artistic style, but I won't bore you guys. If sickness made you lay down all day, you'd lay down all day. Maybe enjoyment can make you write all day. Yay. It does for me. I like that. Uh, may help with all the rest. May help with all the rest by being a nice reset. Yeah, I like that idea. I feel the same way about musicals. You do? Okay, so I'm not alone in that. And I'm sure that not every musical out there is like that because I'm not someone who watches musicals. And the reason why I'm not someone is because the few that I have watched, that's what happened. But I could have just watched all the wrong ones. It's very, very possible. And I love Has Been Hotel. The second season definitely was not as good as the first season to me, but a lot of their songs was like, especially when Charlie would sing. Or like my husband felt the same way as me. Or like Charlie, oh, and but a lot of the songs didn't progress the plot or characterize. Charlie's probably was more about characterizing her, but she was such a, I don't know, she was a boring character to me. And she's like one of the driving factors of everything, which why would I like Has Been Hotel if I don't like Charlie? But I think the whole idea was really, really cool for the show. But Vizzy Pop, who created Has Been Hotel, that was her idea, was to have a cartoon with anime aesthetics that was also a musical that was not for children. And definitely it's not for children, should not be watched by children. So, but yeah. Anyways, I could go into more the, yeah. They got to the end. Let's go ahead and get started for another 1 hour sprint. If you had to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started on the next hour in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I'm trying to decide if I want to continue on with AuthorTube writing conference stuff. I got everything done that I needed to get done. So I finished reviewing our roles and responsibilities that we set up for our organization. And really the only thing that was changing was some things that I want to change under my slot, the roles that fall underneath me. But I need to run that through the other chairs for approval. So I got that sent off. And then I made the thumbnail and IG post for our live stream this Friday. And I don't know who's here, but anyways, we do have a new person who's coming on as our recruitment chair. And so that's going to be part of introducing that person. And that person also says that we should pizzazz our thumbnails a little bit. So, but they don't use PowerPoint and they don't use Google Slides. They like Canva, which I don't use Canva, but I use the other two. So I set up the thumbnail and made a folder on our G Drive I need to give her access. I made a G Drive. We put everything in the Google Drive. So I have a folder for thumbnails and thumbnail things, live stream. But that way I gave her all the different pieces of the thumbnail in case they want to change it around. Whatever they want to do with it. I don't know. But hopefully they'll get back to me soon. I don't know. I haven't heard anything back from them, but I've heard from Devin. So, because I'd like to go ahead and get that live stream scheduled. And then I also got the rest of my verbal vomit done for my task list that I do for the entire year, and try to put in there as well some of the things that the publicity chair and the recruitment chair does. So it can kind of overall have something, an overall plan for the whole year leading up to the next conference. And then I put that into ChatGPT, and overall it did pretty good. There's only a few things here or there. It's like, well, that's not quite where it's supposed to be. Like it did like an overall like big picture and then broke it down month by month. And when I broke it down month by month, it did fine. But an overall big picture was like, it kind of put some things in places where it didn't go, but not bad. I haven't gone through all of it. It's like 7 pages, all single spaced. So I have a lot to go through to see if everything is here. And like I said, I think there's probably things I always miss. I always miss stuff. So, but hopefully this is more complete than what I've had in the past, because I've been trying to do like a monthly task list of everything I'm doing month to month to month, but I always end up stopping in February because I get too busy. And then there's always stuff I forget. And so I put that all in there, just blur, put it all out. And I actually broke it down to like 6 phases. So I kind of liked how it did that, because the first phase, and it is working off of what we're working off right now, which our first phase is right now through January 18th, which is our next meeting. And that includes like this Friday's live stream and like all the things I need to put together before the live stream. So yeah, there's a couple more things I could do because I need to put together the volunteer form, but I can't really finish that until the roles and responsibilities are approved by all the other chairs. So I could start writing like the description for the live stream, but that will only take me a few minutes for all of that, I think. So I'm thinking I should wait until I have all the information before I do it. And then we'll be meeting again in January. So we discussed what the conference is going down to as a single day. And we kind of talked about what that would look like. Like we spent a bit of time actually talking about like how many time slots, special guest speakers and guest speakers versus what should we keep on there that we've had on there before, adding in some more breaks. How long should we go for that one day? So we've kind of just thrown out a bunch of ideas for what this next conference could look like. But, I think there was just so much that we could talk about that I thought, why don't we come back together and just spend a whole session just talking about this one whole meeting, because the meeting that we had to cover other things as well. And I didn't want to be, us meeting for like several hours. So we're going to come back in January and we're going to figure out exactly what the schedule will look like. And so we have that. And then it's, getting applications open and then going through all the rounds of reviews and everything else with the giveaways. And then I remembered, oh yeah, I could do that right now too, but my head hurts thinking about it. Margaret used to always do this, but we don't have a Margaret this year. But she would take all the feedback from each of the presentations and she would consolidate them by presentation. So like, I'm trying to think of someone who might have given a presentation. So like Devin's presentation. So like she'll get all of the feedback that was just on Devin's presentation and put it together and send it to her. removing any identifying information if there is any, because some people can fill out the feedback forms and put their name and their email address with it if they want to be put into the giveaways. And so she strips out all that. All she does is give the rating and any comments that are left. And so she would put all that together by each speaker and then individually email those out to each speaker. And she usually does that by September. And it's now December, and I'm just now thinking about, oh wow, we didn't have a Margaret to do this. And so we have all this feedback for the speakers from their presentations that I should probably get together and consolidate and do whatever it was that she did, and get those sent out to speakers. And I should probably do that before I go on vacation next week. So, oh, and I don't know who's here, but anyways, I had reached out. So during Author Nation, I ran into a previous guest speaker for the conference, and said, hey, we'd like to have you as a special guest speaker. We don't know when it's going to be, though. We just know it's going to be one day. And they said they were interested. And so I sent out the email to let them know, hey, we do have an official date. Here's the official date. Does this still work for you? Are you still interested? And they just emailed me back and said they're in. And so I'm like, yay. So we have one special guest speaker confirmed. We have another one that's possible, but the team and I have to talk and see what we want to do. And yeah, so I'm excited. We'll reveal who that one special guest speaker is during our live stream on Friday. So I only have 2 comments, and these 2 comments came in before the break. And I don't know if Ashley Emma's still here. Hello. I am alone at a hotel working on my book till tomorrow, so I'll be in and out of here today. No worries. Wrote my whole outline last night. Wow. I write super detailed outlines, at least 5,000 words. Really saves me rewriting time. Yeah, if I did that, I wouldn't write the book. I'm here. Well, it might be just you and I. It does show that there's a few other people watching, but they're all in lurk mode, I believe. So I don't know if my update even reached too many people but you. But yeah. Emma, your Kickstarter is still going. Please feel free to drop a link while you're here to let everyone know. I know there's like not a lot of people here, but it's super quiet today. It's Monday. Usually there's a lot of people on Mondays. That's interesting. Last time I was here, housekeeping literally opened my door and walked into my room. So hoping for the best this time, like while I was in the room. And you put that little like sign or whatever they have on the outside stating not to bug you, or that, not to come in. I also always put the latch over if you have it. I don't know what hotel you're in, but the latch that stops people from entering your room. Like they can open the door, but they can't get it all the way open. So I do that too. Although still them just doing that would ruin my concentration. So, but, yeah. All right. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I should probably start consolidating the conference stuff, but I'm kind of done with AWC stuff right now. I do need to send an email back to the special guest speaker who said that she was in. I'm so excited for that. So I probably should send that and then work on the podcast episode for tomorrow a little bit. They were knocking. I kept saying, no, thank you, but she didn't hear me. So this time I made a sign, and so far so good. There's no chain lock, but I did deadbolt it, and she still opened it. Freaked me out. LOL. It would be freaked me out too. Yeah. At least the sign is hopefully going to stick and do well for you. I was actually, like, my husband has said occasionally, well, why don't you just get a hotel room and just go and write? And I'm like, because hotels are noisy. That doesn't work for me. It's very hard for me to concentrate in a hotel because it's noisy, unless it's the middle of the night, but even then it could be noisy. But I saw like, it was like an article, but it was definitely just an advertisement for those tiny homes that you can buy on Amazon. And this one was like for $12,000. It was just under $12,000, where you can get it with, like it's a bedroom and a bathroom, or you can get it separated into like a kitchen, a bedroom and a bathroom or whatever. So, and it's really small, but you can like build it yourself within a few hours. And I was like, I wouldn't mind getting one of those and like finding somewhere out in the woods and building it there and then doing my book there. I'm like, you spent so many hours building this thing, Shannon. You could have been writing the whole time. But yeah. Oh, hey, update on my Kickstarter. It flopped because I didn't realize till launch day, the person I hired set it up wrong. So the rewards were not showing. Sad, but we will try. Oh, did I not get an email or did not send an email? It probably didn't send an email because I had backed you. So I guess I haven't been back on Kickstarter in a minute, but I had backed you. But I don't remember getting an email. I say that, and maybe I did. Maybe it came through while I was at the conference. I still have yet to catch up on all my emails when I was at the conference last month. And so, because right after the conference, and it was Thanksgiving, and my oldest son came home, and it was kind of unexpected they came home, but awesome. But he wanted to go out and do things, so we were doing things like every day. But yeah, so it might have come through there, but I didn't remember getting an email. Usually, I can at least see like what's coming through, even if I can't open it. This hotel's very quiet. I like it here. My second time here, only $60. That is cheap. Gosh, I think my hotel room it was Las Vegas. It was like $169 a night plus resort fees and everything. So it was over $200 a night. OMG, I want to get one of those tiny houses, right? I think Rhiannon has a writing shed. Yeah, I've always wanted a she shed, but I think that those like little houses would be cool. And the one that I saw that was in this article, which is really just a big, huge advertisement, like one whole the front wall of the tiny house is just all windows. And I would be okay with that, like out in the woods. I don't like that, like in a city. I don't want people looking at my house, but I don't know. I'm very private. Not that I do anything that people can't see, but I just don't want to feel like people are watching me. But I've always wanted something with a lot of windows in a quiet, like private area, because I also like to paint, and having that natural sunlight is just wonderful for painting. So I wanted a space that could be like my art studio / writing studio, and then also bookcases with all my books. And so I was seeing that when one whole wall was nothing but windows, I was like, oh, I really like that. Out in the middle of the woods, not by anybody else. I emailed everyone who shared it to let them know, but thankfully I fixed it that same day at night. But then then everyone had shared it, and it was kind of too late. But thank you for sharing anyway. I'd do 3 nights, but I miss my kids too much. Yes, I imagine. And they're still little. So I think once they become all teenagers, maybe you might feel slightly different. But I don't know how old your oldest is, but I know that you had one a couple of years ago. So I'm thinking they're probably 2 or 3 or 4 maybe at this point. And then I don't know if you've had any others since then, but housekeeping literally just rolled by, stopped at my door and kept going. So I guess the sign worked. Hallelujah. It sounds like a dream, doesn't it? Yes. Yes, I want that. I want that she shed so much with all the lighting and everything. One day I'll be there. We're taking steps toward it. What we've done is, we were military. I bought my first house when I was in the military, and I was by myself before I got married, and I sold it for like $30,000 profit, and I put the money away. And then we got a house when I got married, and we rented that out. And then next place we lived was Hawaii. So that was too expensive to buy a house there. Plus too far away. We have rental companies that take care of our homes, but we didn't want to have to worry about something that far away, because if something happened, that'd be a long ways away to fly to. So we didn't worry about Hawaii, but then we got to Kentucky. We bought a house there. Now that's a rental property. But we just sold our first rental property, and we've got that money put away and invested. So the idea is that when we're all done, all together with everything, and that's when the youngest kiddo graduates, and then whether or not he goes to college, then that's when we'll be done. Then we want to build a house, and that's when I would build the she shed. But I might just get one of those tiny homes, because that might be much easier than building a separate she shed in the dimensions that I want and everything. Because if that has what I need, then I'm going to go for it. Especially it has like a tiny little kitchen, and I don't need to make a whole lot, but that way I don't have to go back to the main house. I have talked about this with my husband. He was like, we would never see you. If you had a kitchen, a bathroom, a way, and your computer and your paints, then we would never see you ever again. That would be it. And I'm like, probably. Ages 1 to 10. Okay, so you're not quite there, but almost. Yeah, pre-teenage years. Yeah. Because once my oldest was in his teenage years, I was like, oh, okay. He doesn't want anything to do with me anyways. Because they kind of get to a point where they're like, you're cool, Mom, but... And it was so funny, because our oldest would say, we don't spend enough time together. And we're like, we have family Friday night where we play games, we watch a movie together, eat some popcorn, whatever. He's like, yeah, but that's boring. I'm like, what else do you want to do? I don't know. Well, then that's still spending time together. You just choose not to be with us. And for a few years, my husband and I would continue doing family fun night, but it was just him and I. So now that one's grown and out of the house. And now we've got another one who is 12. And he's already decided that he's done with family fun night. And he's only 12. And we're like, But yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and get into another sprint. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another hour on the clock in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished up the last couple of AWC tasks that I needed to get done. And then I realized I only have like 30 minutes. And I was like, what should I do next? And I kept going back and forth. And I said, forget it. I still need to take a shower from the gym this morning. So I jumped in the shower. So did that, took care of me. Next sprint, I'm going to start. I decided I'm going to go ahead and go back through and review all my notes for the Art of War for writers for our podcast recording tomorrow. And then consolidate some of my notes because I just made notes in the book, but I kind of need to go through and figure out what do I really want to talk about in the time that we have allotted. So yeah, I'm gonna do that in the next sprint. See how you guys did. Inka came in right after we are pretty close to when we went on that last sprint, and hopefully you are doing fine. Hello, Inka. Are you working on anything today? JL says, well, I completely missed a chat break because the dogs started acting like little gremlins, but they're finally taking a nap, so now it's focus time. Nice. I'm glad they're taking a nap for you because I know they're often rowdy. And we're home. Time to dive back into admin. So you got your ID cards. Awesome. About done. May put up a 4th tree. Someone stop me, yes. Or come to my house and put up just 1 tree because we don't have 1 up yet. I really don't want to put up the tree this year. My oldest son can't make it home. We were going to possibly have my husband's youngest sister come visit with her family, but they just told us they can't make it. So then we were thinking about visiting my oldest son where he's at. And he told us that he's going to be on a rotation where he's only going to get like 2 days off. So would it be worth it for us to go to Virginia because of the rotation that he's going to be on? He's a combat medic. So in the Army. So we're like, I feel a little defeated at this point, thinking about the holidays. I'm not really one for holidays anyways. And I don't want to go through the idea. I don't want to decorate. I really don't. I mean, we need to. We still have a little one at home here. He's 12, so we still need to do it. But yeah, I've actually been looking at cruises. But I think if we go on a cruise, maybe the week after Christmas. But I don't know. I'm just looking. I don't know if we will do that because they are like way more expensive during this time period. My hairstylist, she had like some deals on cruises, but none of them were that week or even the week before or any time that the kiddos are actually out of school. And we're not going to take the kiddo out of school to go on a cruise. So yeah, I didn't read the rest of this. Made some lunch though. Gonna find some videos to watch for a bit. I did get hungry, but I had like these tea biscuits. They're really crackers, but they have orange flavor to them. Pretty tasty. Kiki Witch, hello. How's it going? Hi, everyone. Hope you all are having a good Monday so far. It is good. Inka got 806 words. Nice. I wrote a whole lot this weekend and did none of the admin I needed to do. So I had to get some admin stuff done. There's part of me is like, I've got these notes in the book for the book that we're doing tomorrow night. I don't need to do anything else. And I'm like, no, Shanon, because you've been in this position before where you make a bunch of notes and then you don't go back and review it. And then you do the episode and you're like, wait, I know I had this note. It's somewhere in here. It's somewhere. And I'm flipping through pages while we're doing the episode. So I need to consolidate my notes. I wish I was writing though. I'm really so excited. I don't know if I said it. I feel like I didn't say it here. Maybe I did say it here. I have no idea. I could have said it in a dream and believe I said it to everyone, but I have no idea. But last week when I was working on my book, it's my work in progress at Curse of Spikes and stuff. Yeah, I feel like I did say this. Like I started tearing up one day because I actually like my book. Like I felt like I wasn't going to get there again, not with this book, but because the last book was so hard. And now I feel like I have said this before because I think I went into explanation about why the book before was so hard. So feel like it's deja vu, y'all. But I'm so excited to get in this book, and I've brainstormed the next 5 chapters, which I did a couple of them over the weekend. So I have a few more chapters brainstormed, and we're actually like being so close to the climax that I'm excited to hurry up and get there to write it. But Devitt says, ate some lunch, going to make tea or hot chocolate. I should probably drink water though. Water. No, I did grab some water too. I was thinking, I think I might want another coffee. I was like, you don't need 3 coffees today. You're not tired. You only do that if you're really, really tired. So go get some water. So I made myself some water, brought it back here with me. I got it. Got the water. Writing Gay Space Bridgerton today. Nice. How close are you to being done with that one? Because I feel like that is a project you've worked on for a little while. I could be wrong, but I feel like you've worked on that for a little bit. Maybe this year? I don't know. Love it, Inka. Yep. I love how you're able to succinctly say what this is, and it's very clear what the story is. I feel like I can't ever do that with my stories. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? OMG, this morning I poured buttermilk in my coffee. It was so gross. Oh my gosh, I bet it was. I didn't realize I had ordered buttermilk instead of milk from Walmart delivery, LOL. Super gross. Tasted like sour milk. Oh god, I probably would have thrown up. So what'd you do? Did you have no coffee then? I have a very specific creamer. I end up just whenever I go anywhere, I take it with me because I don't know if I'm going to find it wherever I'm at. And sometimes it's not even that because it is not like a real like fancy creamer. The other part of that is that I don't know if I want to venture out to go find it. And so I just always take it with me and then I have to worry about it. But on the app, it looked like milk. LOL. So it happens when you get older. Just kidding. I have no idea. I know for me, but I have depth perception issues too. So, which is supposed to get worse as I get older. And my husband says, that means no driving in your future. And I was like, there should be no driving for me now. Yeah, and I'm at the hotel. So I poured some of the protein shake core power into my coffee and it's really good. Oh, okay. Well, good save. And that's still with the milk in there, the buttermilk, or this is just a whole new coffee you made? So I poured some of my protein shake into my coffee and it's really good. Whoops. LOL. I've done the buttermilk coffee tragedy before too. Did it taste sour to you? I never even buy buttermilk. So I don't, if I did, that would be a complete mistake. I'm about 3/4 done with it. I've been working on it on and off for about 18 months. Okay. I felt like it's been a little while, but I couldn't recall actually how long. But I had big hiatus earlier this year to look after my mom and was working on other projects too. And yeah, I know you have several series going, or you did at some point had several series going. I don't know if you've completed any of them yet. I feel like you're done or you're almost done with the Paper Starling one. I have the first book in the series, but I hate dumping it because it's my daily dose coffee, which is expensive. Oh, so this is like a very specific brand of coffee. To clarify, I did definitely dump it. Oh, okay. You did. So I made a new one with the chocolate shake. Huh? Oh, okay. So you didn't just pour the protein powder into the bad coffee. You got rid of the bad coffee, started again, and then put your chocolate shake into it. Yeah, the mix into it. That makes sense. That does sound kind of yummy, though, the chocolate shake. I don't know if it would be creamy enough for me. I had no idea buttermilk was sour. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I would know that. I've done cooking with buttermilk, but it's been so long because I don't really enjoy cooking. And since my youngest doesn't eat hardly anything, I haven't had to really do a lot of cooking anymore. Nia, hello. How's it going? Hope all is well with you. Are you working on anything today? Yes, that coffee was unsavable. LOL. Oh, yuck. Yeah, I probably would have thrown up. Hope everyone is having a good start to the week. Yeah, it's not too bad. I started off with a lot of tabs open in my head, and I've cleared through quite a few of them. So now it's just a matter of trying to figure out, okay, what to do next, because I have lots of things I need to do next. But I think I'm going to work on The Art of War for Writers. It's a book that we're recording a podcast episode for tomorrow night. I've made lots of notes in the book, but I have not gone back through and visited any of it since I finished it. And so I need to figure out what I wrote again, and then maybe consolidate it into one document. That series has 6 books. The last one came out February. Oh, wow. It's just been done for a while. And I don't know what happened. Everything went blue in the comment, so now I can't see the comment. And when I click on it, it's graying out. Okay, let me go to the YouTube side so I can read it. Is it up there? Oh, my YouTube side's back. Okay, there we go. I had part 1 of a duology come out in August and a standalone in October, all in the same world, though. Okay. Well, I love it when books are like all in the same universe. That's really cool. So wait, are any of these considered romance? Because I know you've got your, I forget what you call it, gay space Bridgerton. I have to go back and look at it again. Gay space. Oh, okay, I said it right. Gay space Bridgerton. So that sounds like more like romance and sci-fi. Because I'm looking to do a series again, and I'm just kind of throwing out the invitation out there to people I know who are writing romantasy or fantasy romance or romantic fantasy or PNR to do the series I did again that I did 2 years ago, the Charm Chats and Happily Ever After Sprints. I'll actually start to formally reach out to people with dates and times. So I don't know if you have anything in that category. And if you would be interested on coming on, because I think you said you've not, like you never been live before, and maybe you would not be interested in coming on because you came live with our podcast episode, but you said you haven't done another one since then. It wouldn't be podcast. It would be, I don't know if you were, I'm pretty sure I knew you when I did the Charm Chats and Happily Ever After sprints a couple years ago. But basically, it's an hour long. We talk about one of your books, and I ask you specific questions, and you get to talk a little bit about you as a writer. We play a game, and then we do a half-hour writing sprint. Yeah. Okay, let me go on. I'm thinking of going to the Cafe Luna shop across the street in a minute. They close at 2:30, though. Wish they were open later. Oh, so you're going to have to get going here soon. Is that to get a good cup of coffee? Maybe I'll just go tomorrow after I check out. It's so freaking cold outside. I was like burning up. It was slightly getting colder here, like 50s and 60s in the morning. And then this morning, I think we were in the 70s again. It was hot. It wasn't hot, but it was hot to me. Out of the tabs in your head you have cleared, you can still hear the music. Yep. Doing mostly planning and switching off with writing. I have a hard time switching back and forth. Like, I'm either writing all day or I'm doing admin all day. It's really hard for me to switch. I am able to do it sometimes. But I do feel like my writing suffers a bit as far as like output. Like, it takes me longer to think through things. All 35 of my books are set in the same Amish community, and I try to include the local store and some local business landmarks in all of them. Yeah, I love it when you have you have different series, but they're all in the same universe, whatever universe that is that you've created. Whether contemporary or whatnot. And I think readers really like that as well. The standalone is PNR, but it's romance suspense with murder mystery. Is it a HEA or HFN? As long as it has that, that's fine. And there's going to be all kinds of, hopefully, I mean, I've talked to several people, but I haven't sent out the formal invitations. I'll be doing that at the end of December. So, I feel like, okay, we're gonna have this, we're gonna have that, but I don't actually know what we're gonna have until people can see actual dates and times and they can see what works in their schedule. But if you're interested in talking about it and coming on to the channel for an hour sometime in February, I'll send you an invite. Same. I did my Fiverr work this morning, and I'm hoping to finish up to get back to writing most of the rest of the day. What are y'all reading right now? I just finished a book that was just okay. I don't remember what it's called now because it was just okay. And I had another book in the series. And I thought, do I really want to read the next book in the series? I'm like, there wasn't necessarily anything bad about it, but I just never got invested. But I kept reading it because I've been reading a lot of slop lately. So I'm not reading anything exactly right now, other than The Art of War for Writers, which is for tomorrow night. Same, but I have planning to do. So writing is actually just a break from the admin. I like thinking of it that way. It's definitely HEA. That sounds fun. Okay, yay. Okay. I will keep you. I have to start making a list because I keep forgetting. I'm going to forget people I spoke to. So I think I've got it. But I should go ahead and make a list before I forget everyone I'm going to reach out to. If there's anyone here that I said I'd love to reach out to in December and I don't reach out to you, please feel free to reach out to me. But I should remember you, Inka, just fine. And then we'll go from there. I'm reading the Gone trilogy again by Stacey Kaplan. It's been about 6 years since I first read it. Do you like it? Well, I mean, assuming you're reading again, you like it, obviously. Hello, Shanon. I don't know why I asked that question. Same. I keep starting books that I just can't get into the last few I read, so I DNF those. Yeah, same. I've had a lot of DNF this year, a lot. And I can't help wondering if some of it's not AI. Because I was looking back at my past records, and I've DNF'd maybe 2 or 3 books a year. And this year I'm already up close to around 10, I think, or more. I'm trying to remember what it was. No, it was 13. It was a lot. Hi, Inka. Saw you on Sarah's live stream yesterday. If this is the same Inka. Oh, yes. I love those books. I don't know why I asked that. Obviously, if you're reading it again, you're not reading it because I really hate these books, or this book was so bad. I need to go back and read it to figure out exactly why it was so bad, so I don't do this again. I don't think that's what we typically do. The first book is Permafree. Oh, I'm not afraid to DNF. Me neither, because I don't have a lot of time. I do read fast, but I don't have a lot of time. So if I start reading something and it's not any good, I just DNF it. And I don't spew it to the world this book is so bad, or leave a bad review or anything, because I know how much it takes to be a writer and get your words out there. Just, some AI writing is super good though. But I can tell the difference immediately, only because most books I edit for clients are written with AI. I've wondered about if I would be able to pick out the AI when because I used to teach college English and literature, And of course, they write papers. And I was like, I would not want to be a teacher right now. But then I was like, I might be able to start picking it out, because I could usually pick out if a student had plagiarized. I could pick it out before I even ran it through the plagiarism checker, because I would know from their writing, their style. But if they're writing from the very beginning with AI, would I have been able to pick it up from that point? I think that if I was still teaching college English and literature, I would probably have them write their first essay in class. Like, they would get their prompt in one class and write the essay in one class, and probably just write it 4 points. So as long as they write an essay that meets the prompt, no matter grammatical spellings, grammar errors, whatever, they'd get the points just for completing it. That way I could get a sample of their writing style, because usually I can pick out voice really easily. And that's how I could tell if people are plagiarizing. Okay. To Ashley, yes, that was me poking my nose in everywhere. I love it. I never ever leave bad reviews on books. Yeah, I don't either. I'm surprised. I've had less DNFs this year, but I was also very picky with my selection this year. Yeah, that maybe that could be part of it, right? You're very picky with what you're picking up, so you're not running into as many AI stuff. Again, I don't know if the books that I'm DNFing are AI. I very strongly feel that a couple of them were, but I don't know. So, hey, JC. Hey, everyone. Hope you're having a great day. Yep, having an awesome day. Hello, everyone. I don't have time to read books that don't grip me, so I DNF all the time. Same. Yeah, and the AI checkers are not accurate. We've tested them, so I have no idea what teachers do. Yeah, I've seen a few videos of people testing the AI. Oh, no, I actually, and this was a writing checker, but I took all my book covers and ran them through like an AI checker for the images, like for the book covers. And some of the ones that like my designer put together came back as probably AI. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure this is not AI. I've seen this from the very beginning. I've seen what she was doing. And I saw like the parts that she put together. Like I saw the in between stuff. And then she's also against AI. So I'm pretty sure it's not AI, but I just wanted to see. So I'm not putting my writing into AI, but put some of my book covers in there just to see. And there is one book cover. It's not on, the Florist Budding Desire. That one, I use AI for some of the flowers. So I put that in there, and it said it was probably made with AI. So I'm like, okay, that's true. But I had the cover done by Get Covers. That's the name of it, I think. Get Covers. And they did a very similar design to what I already have, but it's theirs. That they put together, and I ran that through the AI checker, and it said probably done by AI. And I'm like, okay, this thing can't tell. Yeah. I put a book I wrote 12 years ago into it, and it says 97% AI. I've never put any of my writing in there. I should, just to see what it says. I looked up your book, Shanon. Holy smokes, 500 pages. Yeah, my books are long, but I'm going to be having a whole bunch of short ones after January. Because my January book, that was my Kickstarter book. That one is like 667 pages, I think. Now, that's not the entire story. That's like front matter and back matter and all that stuff too. But then I have my novella coming out. That's The Florist Budding Desire. That's coming out in March. And I think that is like just around 40,000 words. And then April through October, I have like a novelette coming out every month, and those are between 10 and 13,000 words. I have a lot of stuff coming out next year. Lots of little things. Geeky Witch says, I'm so scared about being accused of using AI. I almost want to write everything by hand just to prove it's mine, but that would take forever. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. You could write it by hand, and someone could say, oh yeah, but no, you generated it by AI, and then you rewrote it by hand. Now, I'm not seeing that happen, but with writing, but I've seen that happen in the art community, because I do follow a lot of art channels and stuff here on YouTube, and in the debate with AI and what they're finding out people are doing. So yeah, you could like show that you've done all of it, but you originally generated it with AI. Someone could still accuse you of it. So I'm like, at what point do we just say, you know what, you're either going to accept it or you're not? Because you could try to prove as much as possible that you're human and you're writing your words. And then they could find loopholes to say, oh, but you're really not. You could be doing this, I'm going to probably read yours next. Oh, I appreciate that. I hope you like it. Oh, yes. No bad reviews for me. I'm strictly a 5 to 4 stars and 2 to 3 sentence review. I'm not an analytical reviewer. I either loved it or didn't love it. I try to be very selective with my reading choices, says Nia. Hey, Nia from JC. One time I edited a book for a client and I don't use any AI for editing at all. And she ran it through the AI checker. And of course, it said it was 97% AI. She wrote it using AI, so it had AI content anyway. So it's like, okay, let's see, one time I edit. So that's funny. Why would she run it through an AI checker? Like if she knew she wrote it with AI and you just edited the book, I mean, I guess it depends on the level of editing she was requiring, but unless you're drafting whole new sentences for her, yeah. I think the AI checkers are just not very good though. But I mean, still, why did you say her? Yeah, you said she. Okay. Hi, JC. And she accused me of using AI to edit it. Really? I mean, come on. I just think that's kind of what's the right word for that? Like, if you wrote it with AI, why are you going to be upset if someone's editing it with AI? Not to say that editing AI is the best thing to do if you're working for a client, but why would she expect anything different? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you guys, I'm not trying to really get in there, but I'm sure you have like a contract or whatever, and you're human, you're editing, she knows that. But why would she like have that barrier there? Like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't think I'm like, I am not using my words well enough to say what I'm trying to say. And I can't think of the right words. But yeah, I don't know. I leave a ton of comments on the file to prove that I don't. And when I told her that, she finally backed off. I probably would not go. I probably would not use that client again, or not use them. They use your services, not the other way around. But I'd probably be like, you know what? Fortunately, that has only happened one time. That's good. I'm glad it's only the one time. Shanon writes chunky stories. I do with my main series. They're pretty long. Yeah. Like I'm getting closer to the climax of my work in progress novel. I've got like the next 3 chapters outlined, and it's still not the climax. And I think I'm sitting at 100 and I just looked at it, 118,000 words right now. I think that's what it is. And I have 3 more chapters. My chapters are roughly 1,500 words, but they can be slightly longer. So you say it's another 4,500 words. So we're in the 120,000 range by the time I write these next 3 chapters. And I think there's going to be at least 2 more chapters after that before I hit the climax. And that's if I don't elongate any of those chapters. And then, of course, then you have the denouement. So I think it's going to be a shorter book than the second one, but it's going to be roughly around the same as my first one. But gosh, I love this story. I really, really love this story. Same. I put in the first few chapters of my first book in, and it came back something like 15% AI, which I was mad about. I'd be devastated if it was higher. Yeah. Especially because like you wrote your books of your first book, because you wrote a bunch of your books like long before AI was even out. I love fantasy. Yay. I don't know which book you picked up. If you picked up the first one, that's it is fantasy romance, but there's not much. It's not spicy. Because it was the first romantasy I was writing, and I wasn't sure if I was going to even want to do that or like doing it. And I tried it afterward, and I liked it, so I continue with it. But that book is one day I think I'm going to put the bonus chapter in there. I'm gonna put it as the beginning of the second epilogue, because that's a spicy scene that it happens between the 2 epilogues. But LOL, I know she thought I was going to like totally rewrite it, I guess. Wow. Yeah. Oh goodness. I couldn't edit an AI book. It would kill my soul. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I suppose, the good side is Ashley can tell now probably what AI is, or at least what's happening in the evolution of AI writing. Because there's quite a few of us, right? We're trying to make sure that we're not being accused of using AI, to the point where I've gone through and taken out a lot of the M dashes. And I've heard like the M dash is not a thing anymore, but I still find it as part of what I'm doing is taking out M dashes that I normally use all the time, because that was a thing for a while. But yeah, the only thing I use is Pro Writing Aid just to check for weird spacing, etc. at the very end. And I totally understand what you mean, Shannon. Totally right. Okay, good. I'm glad I made some sense. I too write chunky stories. She writes with AI and wants you to make it seem like it was human or add human writer touches, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of what I got from that too. The reason why she got mad. Are your books spicy? They're dragon fantasy, right? I'm excited. So the first one's not really spicy. There's a couple of like scenes, but nothing. It doesn't go anywhere, and mainly because of the plot, right? The plot basically stops them from doing anything because of the curse. So not spicy. And if you want spicy, that would be my novella, The Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince, that one's pretty spicy. A Curse of Wings and Gems, there's some spiciness to it, but it is a very long book. The thing about what I write though is that it is very heavy into the fantasy with the romance. Like you couldn't take out either one because then the story wouldn't work anymore. And a lot of like what is popular in the market when it comes to romantasy is that it's really like really heavily focused on the characters and the romance and the development, and then the fantasy is kind of happening with it as well. But I put a lot into the fantasy because I was a fantasy writer first. So yeah, and yeah, there's dragons, but there's no like it's not monster romance. Just to put that out there, I don't know. You don't have to say anything about it. So there are some people that are looking for that. Well, I had someone say that like, "Oh, you've got a dragon with a mermaid. I bet that's really spicy." And I'm like, "Well, they're both in human form when things happen." So lots of people come to me saying they never would have finished their books and memoirs without the help of AI, which I think is great. Yeah, there's a gentleman at my gym that I go to, and he's a bit older. And he says he had this book that he wanted to write for years, and he started it and started it. And he couldn't get any further, and he kept getting stuck. It's nonfiction, is what he was writing. And he's like, I kept getting stuck on what should I do next, and what if I should do that. And so I told him, I said, you will use AI for helping you brainstorming, like do and I told him you could do like me a verbal vomit, or just handwrite on a page or whatever, or type up on a page everything you can think of that you want to put into this book, and then plug it into AI and say, can you help me order my thoughts? Because that's what I do with my verbal vomit. Not my verbal vomit drafts, but my verbal vomit brainstorming, because I'll be like, okay, they're going to do this and they're going to do this. And then this going to do this. And then, she's going to react this way. And this is how they can react to that. And this is the motivations. And like, oh, wait, but at the very beginning, it should be this and this and this. And I'm like, but I don't go back in my brainstorming to add that to the beginning. And so when I try to read it back, I'm like, what? It's the same way as it was in my brain when I said it. Like, it still doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I do use the AI to help me order my brainstorming, and also to put punctuation and stuff in there so that I can read it better. But like if they want to write but can't find the words, etc., or to save time. Yeah. And he told me he did, actually, because that was like a while ago, and I told him about that. And he said he did it, and it helped him figure out the order to put all of his stuff into his book, and he was able to create an outline from that. And then he started writing it. And we just were talking, I think it was last week, and he was like, I figure if I can write like, so many words a day, I can finish the book by the end of the year. And I was like, yeah, if I write 500 words a day, it's this many words. And he's like, oh, that would finish my book out. So I was like, cool. I'm so happy for him. Or they put in their journal entries, and it helps them edit, etc., for memoirs. It is pretty good at helping with edit. I do that with my verbal brainstorming. I don't do it with my verbal drafting, because I actually use that time to go through and slightly like revise and edit my sentences as I'm fixing the capitalization and punctuation and all that stuff. But it's really good at doing that. I had a dream about a whole new world and characters. I still need to finish my current series and then write my steampunk trilogy, then my Arthurian legend. You've got a lot. LOL. Sorry, me, the human form that made me laugh. Yeah. Oh, the human form. I don't know what I said, but I'll go with it. 500 words a day in context is like 2 to 5 emails. I mean, it doesn't take a lot to write an email. No, right? Yeah, your friend can definitely finish his book. Yeah, I'm rooting for him. I think for him, it was just like he had all this information and he had no way to figure out how to tease it all out of his brain. And so I don't even know if he did. I think he did tell me he did like some verbal vomiting of it and then put that into the AI. But that was helpful for him. And then he was able to create his outline from that, and then has been writing the book since. And that was earlier this year when he did that. So yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and get the next one rolling. Next 1 hour sprint. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I'll see you on the other side of an hour. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I remembered that Ben had emailed me back on something that I had emailed him on the weekend. So I had to go to the podcast email and respond to him. And then that also led to another task I had to complete for the podcast. And that's for a recording later this year. We do have the recording tomorrow. So when I finished that, then I went back to reviewing all my notes for the recording we have tomorrow, which is for a discussion, The Art of War for Writers by James Scott Bell, based off of Sun Tzu's The Art of War, but applied to writers. So it's just really cool. I'm like reading parts of the book again just to see where my notes are at. And I'm like getting caught back up in the rereading of that. I'm like, I could read this book so many times. There is so much good information in here. So yeah, it's really good. I definitely recommend it for anybody who's looking for a craft book. It's fiction writing strategies, tactics, and exercises. And it's really good. So, all right, let's see how you guys did. Oh, and for anybody who is here, I did answer the question. I think Emma asked it. It was in between tasks. I was switching over between tabs and saw my live stream, and it's like within a minute of Emma saying or asking something or other about the live stream, how much longer or something. So I did say I was going to do one more. So I do have 1 more hour left that I will do, and then that will be it for me for today. But 1 more hour left for anybody who's still here. All right. We left off with we were talking about different ways that ChatGPT or any kind of AI could be useful when not writing for you. And I was talking about how I had recommended it to a friend at the gym. He's an older gentleman. He said he'd always wanted to write this book, but he could never get his mind wrapped around it. And he started trying to write it and always mess up. And too much of perfectionism. We know that, right? We start writing, we get too much of a perfectionist idea there. So I told him, verbal vomit your ideas and then plug it into ChatGPT and ask it to order your thoughts. And that worked for him. He was able to write his outline from it and has started writing the book. And he's hoping to finish it by the end of the year. And so, yeah, I'm so excited. So verbal vomit is an excellent starting point. I agree. Of course, not all of us do well with speech to text, so it may not work. But it could work even for the person who's not wanting to use speech to text to come up with anything. They just want to use speech to text to get things out of their head. So you may not necessarily look back on it. I know people who do that, not writers, but other people who are like, sometimes I have to just get all this stuff out of my head before I can move on to the task for the day or whatever. And they just, you could write it down or you could verbal vomit it. It's not something you're actually going to review. You're just trying to get it out. So, yeah. I throw my book into AI and ask it to give me the whole cast of characters, their titles, magical abilities, and appearance. Super helpful when there's a discrepancy. Is it good at doing that? I don't know if you're still here, Devin. I did try that with, I did that with A Curse of Scales and Feathers way back when AI was first coming on the scene. So the book launched as a Kickstarter in June of 2023, and I think it was September of 2023 is when OpenAI made their first model available for the public. I think I'm right. I don't know. I think I'm right. And I remember trying that and put my book in there and asked it if it could give me a whole list, and it did not do well in ChatGPT at all. And then I tried to develop the prompt a little bit more. I put into Google AI, and that did better. That's the Google AI Studio. And that did a whole lot better. There's still a few things it didn't do very well. So you say you just put it into AI. I don't know which one you put it into. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Okay. So you didn't say which AI it was. But yeah, I did it in Google. And I think I actually did a video of it or something and put it on my channel. I think I did. Pretty certain I did. It still didn't catch everything though. It definitely forgot things or it confused characters. And maybe that's just because I have way too many characters. I don't know. I'll be lurking as I head over to Twitch. Nice. I don't know if you've probably left already. You're welcome to drop a link, Nia. And then Paula is actually going right now. I stopped in to say hi over there. Thank you so much. Just swing by and hug the like button. I appreciate that. Mom Maggie stopped in. Hello, lovelies. And Kat saying, hey-o, hey. How long are you? Oh, this is what she asked me. And I'm going to do 1 more hour. I finished my editing job and now I'm prepping for date night. Date night, yay. The layered potatoes are in the oven. Sounds yummy. Hi, Hi, Kat. Hi, Emma. I'm on my second holiday band flyer. Our band does gift wrapping at the mall to raise money for uniforms and such. You're such a good mom. I just possibly found out, I think it's my gym trainer. So I do personal training at the gym where I go with my gym trainer, because he's worked with he did like his undergrad work or something, whatever, was with physical therapy. So he's worked with people with injuries, and I have a lot of injuries from the military and from falling down a mountain. And my husband also works with him, and he told us that earlier this week that corporate is talking about getting rid of one-on-one training and making it all group training. And of course, in my head, I'm like, well, group training, that means I won't be able to do some things because he's not going to be able to like create the group training around my injuries, right? It's going to be what everyone can do, or it's going to limit what we can do. Like I may not get some things out of a group exercise or whatever, depending on how things are set up. I don't know. I don't know how that would be. But so I was just thinking, I was like, well, maybe if that happens, if corporate decides to do that, I will just cancel my gym membership and not go there. And I was driving home today and I was like, if I cancel my gym membership right now in this era of my life, because things change over and over again, I don't go anywhere else. I go out of the house to go to the gym and I come back home. That's it. Now, during the Christmas break and then come summertime, I'll be going in and out of the house more because I take my kiddo to therapy. But I was like, I don't leave the house for anything. So like thinking about leaving the house to go do gift wrapping at a mall with tons of people, I'm like, oh gosh, I would have a headache just thinking about going there. AI character lists. It did well enough for me, and I used chat. Okay, it confused characters for sure. Okay, so it's still having that issue. But it did what I needed. LOL. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you got what you need out of it, and I think it could definitely help to start with. But now, I haven't done this with my third book, and I didn't do it with my second book. How did I do anything with my second book? Gosh, that's like a nightmare that I'm not trying to remember right now. But you know, when you put it into autocrit now will talk about each character. Like it has a character list and it tells you, so it doesn't do it by character, it does it by role, but it touches like on a lot of your characters, like your main characters and the side characters, not like your tertiary characters though. So, but it's still not quite correct when it does that. I think in one of my, because I've used it for like my short stories, and I think in one of my short stories, I put my the love interest as an antagonist, and it was not a enemies to lovers story. So I was like, what? But yeah, but they'll get better over time for sure. All right, let's go into the last sprint. That'll bring us back shortly after 2 p.m. my time. Probably wrap up by 2:30 or so, which would give us about an hour and a half before Devin's live stream because she'll be going tonight. So, all right, one more hour on the clock. You have to leave out. Thank you so much for coming, and for everyone else, we'll get started in 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that's time on the last sprint. How did you do? I think I started off with that, with reviewing the book for tomorrow's podcast. And then I remembered, oh yeah, I have exchange day with Morgan. So we exchanged our first 15 to 20,000 words last week on Monday, and we're going on a weekly schedule. So I've got all of hers done. I finished it actually yesterday or Saturday. I think it was Saturday I finished it. And I even thought about yesterday. Yeah, because it was Saturday. Because yesterday I thought about sending it to her a day early, and then I just got into my writing and never went online the whole day, other than early in the morning. But yeah, but I was like, oh yeah, I want to review the chapters I'm going to send to her. Like, I already revised them multiple times, but I'm reading through them again. For some reason, I don't know if anybody else can do this or if this works the same way for them, but like I can revise. But then when I know that someone's going to read my work, I can kind of read the work from a different perspective, as long as like it's not me. I'm reading it someone brand new to the writing, and I can pick up more things. But like I have to get myself in that mind frame. Well, right now my mind frame is, oh, Morgan's going to be reading these, so I'm seeing it from her perspective, or a reader perspective in this case, because I don't actually know what her real perspective is, but the perspective of someone reading it beyond me. So I added 21 words in my revisions, or I'm marking this as editing because I'm just reading through. I changed the last sentence of the first chapter of the submission, because I'm getting her chapter 11 through 19. I'm on chapter 12 right now, and I switched out a few words and deleted a few words in chapter 12. Chapter 11 was good, except for that last sentence. I changed it, but yeah. All right, let's catch up with you guys. Left off, we were talking about running your book through AI to get basically a world Bible or a series Bible, or even just a book Bible for a particular book. And the Geeky Witch had said, thank you for hosting today. And I saw it right before I went off to go read the book, to review the book for tomorrow. And then Devin had said, it's orthodontist time for the teen. Thanks for hosting. Happy sprinting. I'll be on at 5 a.m. and stopping by to hit the like button. Thank you so much, Molly's thoughts and musings. I so appreciate that. I did pull up share. So Devin will be going in about an hour and a half. Devin's sprints. So there's that link. So I'll drop it, and I'll wait a few seconds just in case anyone wants to grab it. But yeah, and then there's 2 spreadsheets down below, in which you can find author-tubers and booktubers sprinting at almost any time of the day. If you're looking for another sprint to continue your productivity, whatever that may be for you. So yeah. All right. Thank you everyone so much for coming. I will be back again the rest of this week, Tuesday through Thursday, my normal schedule, in which I'll be doing the strictly timed 1-hour sprints with 5-minute breaks in between. And this is my last full week before I take my month-long vacation, but I will be back on Monday as my very last day before going on vacation. And then that's going to be a 12-hour day. So if I hopefully will catch you guys at some other stream, mine or others. So, all right. Thanks all. See you later.